Hello, we are back. Happy Friday. Ooh. Oh. Happy Valentine's Day too, right? It is Valentine's Day, isn't it? The 14th? Am I wrong on that? When is Valentine's Day? It is today. Ooh, happy sex day, people. Or if you're single, happy no sex day. Sorry if you're single. Hey, it is what it is. Ooh. God, it's always so foamy. I don't know if we can do anything special for the stream with Valentine's Day. I'm really bad at doing that. It takes time to like source art or something or add some new effects. Ugh. Either way, we're jumping back in. We're doing more work on the potion combat, with today our focus being what? Enemy loot tables and enemy creature on death handling. Okay, that should be fun. That'll mean some actual things occurring when you kill enemies. We could even add some placeholder creature parts. I think I actually do have art for them. Let me see here. Assets. Hunting icons. We do have some things that I suppose we could add. It's nothing too crazy, but it would work. We'll see. We'll see, because we need some actual workable loot for, like the boars and stuff, and I don't really have anything that the boars should drop. Same with the, the butterflies and stuff. Again, what do we have? So, yeah, I mean, we could add some more ingredients. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. We'll see, though. We will see. First, it would just be nice to get those working properly, and I don't think that'll take very long. And then we need some, like I mentioned, some on-death handling for certain enemies, like they have collision, and, yeah, actually, how do we want to handle that? Let me think here. Right now, I'll show you what happens right now when you run into an enemy. What am I looking at? So we will briefly kill this enemy. Come here, sir. Oop, I'm on fire too, actually. Oops-a-daisy. My mistake. We have killed him. He is dead. I still have weird collision with him. And of course we can't do anything. I think most of that's going to be because both his skeletal mesh... Actually, can't I... Let me take a look. I can't see his capsule component. But I'm definitely hitting something that I can't jump over. Either way, we know there's some wonky stuff going on here that we need to sort out. So we'll start with trying to just disable his mesh and whatever collision on death, at least with the player pawn. We would still like for the player to be able to loot them, in which case we need the line trace to still function properly. So let's see here. We'll go to enemy base, and I'm going to give them the interactable BPI. On interact. Print hello. And let's see here. On death, I know we can adjust collision, but I think I can... Wait, hold on. I can do it. Channel. Set collision response to channel. Channel pawn. New response ignore. Let me try that. And we can do a quick branch here. Get is death. So if it's dead, do the, the interaction. Otherwise, don't do it. And on death, we run the collision response change. We'll see if that works. Okay, sir. Die again, please. Okay, there's still something I'm hitting. I can walk through parts of him now, but there's still something. Maybe it's the bow? Okay. And interact is not firing. I wrote down a couple of solutions here with it where, we can spawn like a sack on death that can be looted. We have a sack with loot override already for chests. We could repurpose this. We could also instantly obtain the loot and then fade the enemy out after a number of seconds. That's easy to do too. I think either way kind of works. But yeah, we need to successfully remove collision on death either way. Let's see here. Let me run a get all components. Get component. By class. Static mesh component. For each loop. This way we can see if it's being caused by some other static mesh or if it's the, something else. Like maybe the skeletal mesh. Which it could be that too. We'll see. One thing at a time. I missed him. Now he's hit. Okay, he's dead. Yeah, I think it was the bow. But yeah, our interact is not firing at all. Interesting, why not? Let me see what trace we do. We ignore visibility trace, and that's likely what's going on here. Let me visualize this capsule component. Alright. I want to see what happens to it when the enmity dies. I imagine that it doesn't fall down with the skeleton. It's probably still there. But we'll see. Yeah. Skeletal mesh, let's see. Also ignores visibility trace. I wonder why. Hold on, let me add a box collision to the skeletal mesh. Gonna make it a bit thinner. Overlap all dynamic, doesn't block anything. It's a projectile NPC. Just overlap. Don't block any of it, please. I could use the skeletal mesh for the trace, but I want to see specifically what happens here. Likely the box will not fall over either. Yeah. Will it cause a problem if I... Oh! Hey, Jarbox. Will it cause a problem if I block visibility trace? Let's see. Well, the interact still is not working. That's weird. I wonder why. What is borking on him? Burn the house down too. Eat shit. Yeah, that's weird. The interaction should hit. I'll see if maybe we're ignoring certain types of... No, because it works with NPCs. And I don't think I do anything special for NPCs. We have the interact right here. Okay. It blocks visibility trace. Collision enabled query on physics. Query only, that's fine. Because that'll include raycasts. Object type pawn. Maybe... Hold on a sec. Maybe we have it set to ignore pawn. I don't imagine we would, but... It should hit. The only thing we ignore is the occlusion volumes. Everything else, we just check if the actor implements BPI interactable, which they would, and that should enable interaction. And here we're just setting the pawn to ignore, but not the visibility trace. That's weird. Basically, any interactable should get printed when we look at it. It's not even printing it. Just going right through him. That's weird. Does his skeletal mesh override the defaults? It does. I don't know why though. I would have to ask Cuts, but it's probable that he did this purposefully. Although it seems to be working, and now I can interact with him. Yeah. Although now we have that collision issue still. Skeletal. Oop. Yeah, hold on. We'll figure it out. Okay, that'll kill. Let's see. Can I walk through him? Yes, I can. Can I interact with him? I can. Okay. Well, that accomplishes what I need it to accomplish. So we'll consider that good. I don't know why there was an override on the child here. Either way, now we can make him lootable. Let me think here, let me think. For the sake of, am I gonna play about? I don't know. I might. I don't know if I'll do it on stream, but I'll try it over the weekend, and I'll let you guys know how I feel about it on Monday. You know, from what it looks like, it just looks kind of okay. You know, if you like Pillars of Eternity, then of course you're gonna enjoy the world here. And it seems to have, from what I've seen, it has better writing than Dragon Age Veilguard, but I've also seen some people complain that it doesn't really allow you to be evil or bad, and everybody wants to be your friend, kind of like Dragon Age Veilguard had, which was one of my big complaints with that game. So I don't know. I'll formulate my own opinion on it over the weekend after some playing, and you know, I can come back Monday and tell you guys what I think about it. But it's got good reviews. 82% is pretty good. We'll see. So my thinking with the enemies here is that they are immediately lootable. And you get their loot, and then they will disappear. However, if you do not collect their loot, what we can do is spawn a override sack, which we should already have. This one, which will allow you to pick up the loot that it has on it at any time. This sack, however, does not have physics, but we can always enable that. I'm pretty sure it doesn't have physics. Yes, it does not. But realistically, that should just be as simple as... I'd have to move the collision to be a child of the static mesh, because I think right now it's going to be separate. One. Interactable collision. Hidden in-game. Oh no, it's sticking to it. So we could. Okay, I mean that's doable, I suppose. Let's see here. Custom interaction logic. We have item IDs. We feed it item IDs, item amounts, and gold separately. It's doable. It's doable. Let me think here then. Base enemy. We could set timer by function on death. I'll set a variable for B has been looted. Let's make a new function for what do I want to do here? We need to wait a certain amount of time and check, okay, has it been looted already? In which case, it would probably be destroyed anyway, in which case the function timer would be garbage collected. If it hasn't been looted, I mean, why do this anyway? Just do like a delay or something. They're both latent actions anyway. If it's already been looted, it should just die and fade out, right? We can just destroy itself. So we never need to set it. We'll just destroy self. Otherwise, if we haven't been looted, which I guess we also don't need this check either, because if it hits this, we know it hasn't been looted. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to do one Boolean check. Then we will spawn this override. Spawn actor from class. Get actor transform. No, we'll just get actor location. And we're gonna add like 20 to the Z value so it doesn't spawn in the ground. Scale and rotation can remain null. And this will be the sack override loot. Do I have a function for setting its loot? Not really. Also quite limiting. Update gold. Update player gold. Gold. Hold on a sec. Why do we handle it with this switch? As opposed to just running condense and reward loot. Why do we do it this way? Yeah, you know what? I don't like repurposing. This is kind of stupid, but I'm going to do it a bit differently. Collectible sack. Enemies. Do it through here. This way I can simulate physics. And here I'll just delete all this. We're just going to send over the loot tables from the enemies, and that will be the data stored in the sack. And then when the player interacts with it, we can perform the usual shit. How you doing, Lazy Fangs? How are you doing? I performed the shit. Thank you. My bobbles feel clear and smooth. I don't know if that's a way that people often describe bowels, but I did it. That's if I'm doing better than you. No, I didn't buy Avowed. Don't look at me. Where is it getting the loot from? Collectible? Ah, yeah, okay. ST loot. Loot. Use Game Pass like a normal person. I will be using Game Pass, yeah. Yeah, I'll be using that to play it. And I think I'll just play it on my free time. If it's, if it's like good, if it's something that maybe we could play on stream, I guess maybe we could do that on weekends or something, but also I still need to finish KCD2, and well, I don't think I have the time for it. Oh yeah, it would already have loot. It's a collectible. Doi. In which case, I should just be able to run the destroy. Send it the loot and destroy. Mid-game with quest picking bugs and crashes. I haven't seen, I've seen some people say bugs and crashes. Other people don't have that. I don't know. Maybe they're running with some like old drivers or something. I don't know. The Steam reviews are good, and some people say that there aren't bugs at all. There is a performance issue in town. Somebody hasn't seen bugs in 3 hours. They haven't had any stability issues. I don't know. So I'm wondering if there's maybe just some specific hardware issues. Most of these people are just talking about fucking pronouns anyway. Kind of annoying. Some people like the combat, some people don't like the combat. I don't know. I guess I just gotta try it for myself and see. The one that I saw here that definitely makes me a bit worried is decisions have zero real impact except for a few of them that can change the way your story plays out. World doesn't react to bad decisions. You can be absolutely an evil douchebag and nobody will bat an eye at you for it. And everyone wants to be your friend for some reason. There's zero build up with the people you meet. I mean, this was exactly Dragon Age Veilguard for me. New RTX tracing broke my models. Uh-oh. Sounds like Starfield. You know, at the very least, and I know I'm in the minority here, just based off of the reviews. I know I'm in the minority. I thought Shattered Space had some really good side quests, and some really good quests in general. Not all of them, but a decent amount of them had... Yeah, I'm in the minority of the minority here. And it's not like look, I don't think it was amazing, but I also think that there was some very good side quests to this. And some really good writing. Especially this one. Like somebody said here, the one brother challenging his other alcoholic brother to a duel. I love that. That was a really good and very memorable quest. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? I kind of liked it. I think it was just more of the same. So if you didn't like Starfield, you're not going to like Shattered Space. And if you could play Starfield, you could play Shattered Space. And that's about it. I don't think it was worth the money, because it was not super a lot of stuff for a very high amount of price, but I played Starfield. That's my review of Starfield. I played it. Time was spent on Starfield. It was neither good time nor bad time. It was time. Okay, we'll set loot equal to whatever loot from the base enemy. If the same person said that Starfield is better than Mass Effect, okay, that's not true though. Hey Freights, time is the only asset you will never get back, so the real question is, do you want that time back or not? No, I don't want the time back. I enjoyed Starfield for what it is. You know, it was playable. It served as a good passer of time in which I did not have to put a lot of my thought. Simply that. The one thing that made it reasonable was that it was pretty stable. I think had it been unstable, I would have hated it a lot more. No jack shit about it. All I know about Avowed is that it takes place in the same universe as Pillars of Eternity. The thing is, I've never beaten Pillars of Eternity. I never got around to it. Okay, that loot needs to be instance editable. We'll just give it loot chest 3. I think that's the proper loot table. I think a lot of the problem with Starfield is they just overhyped it. Hold on. The hype is innate. Yeah. 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 Okay, disappears. Yeah, that is the Immolation 3. That is the highest tier of immolation available. We haven't balanced out the size of it yet. Which hopefully should have been noticeable. We have elemental interactions like oil with fire with water. Some, yes. Some, yes. Like if you're wet from rain or something, or you just were swimming, or an enemy was just swimming or something, it'll be easier to freeze them with chill. So, yes. I think that we don't want to go as deep as something with like Genshin where there's all those different combinations, but we would like to have combinations that make sense. Oh. Interesting. That hits that sphere. I gotta tell Cuthbert about that. Nope. Calm down. Deepest divinity. Okay, we did get things. It didn't play the sounds. Fine though. Play sound at location. Hit actor. Location. I don't remember what cue it was. That one. let's just say that I will defer to the combat designer on some of this. I have some original user stories that I wrote out for combat in this game, but we might modify them. Okay, that part of it works. Let me see if the creation of the sack works as intended. I think one of my worries was I didn't want this to become a combat game. But the more I play around with combat, the more I kind of want it to be a larger aspect to Cauldron Chronicles. Wait. 20 seconds here. Oh, did create it. It did not send the loot over. Because it is the wrong sack. My mistake. I think the game will become more widely appealing if it has combat as a bigger focus than the dialogue and the NPC stuff. And I think it helps diversify the gameplay in a positive way, so we'll see. Monk. It's Stardew. Stardew's a different game though. Alright, because Stardew, the focus is the farming. And you have combat serve as a way to break up that farming loop and to enable the player to get different materials from combat. The main focus is the NPC in the world stories and the alchemy, of course. And that's the thing where it's like if enemies and if combat only serves to provide another avenue of resource production, it's not really that much of a motivation to make it a large part of the gameplay. It can't just be that. However, when I say potion combat, I do mean combat and throwing potions in the environment. So we don't have to have a large density of enemies, but having, I think, some enemies and some ways for the player to obtain those materials is better than nothing. Also, this did work. This did indeed work. Also, I need to kill monsters around my area since no one wants to come over due to the danger. There's kind of that, and there's just like nobody else lives around you, so you are your own steward of your land, in which case you have to deal with the enemies, you know, especially if there's like corruption and stuff. There's little dungeons. Yeah, Can be woven into storytelling too. I think it can, yeah. We can also utilize data layers to spawn NPC encounters out in the wilderness, right? So for instance, you might talk to Spoon. He might mention that he's, there's a dungeon nearby your hut that he's going to. And you could go find him in there and talk to him. It's pretty easy to handle from a lore perspective. Okay, collision has been taken care of. The looting works. We spawn a sack if you don't loot them for too long. And that sack has the loot that the enemy would have dropped on them. Perfect. Let's override the... Let's maybe override the information. Let me think here. Let me think. Showing a tooltip would be nice. Skeleton interact to loot. Probably throw it on the base enemy then. Alright, let's see. Other than checking is interactable, we'll check is dead. We're gonna run this as well here. Well, that would not be possible because the actor's dead. Their assistant said it will switch from quarterly release of new content to a monthly release, which should focus on persistent bug fixing. This would mean the game enters so-called maintenance mode. Not even out yet. The amount of bugs it has, it will take them as much time as it took them to release this to even fix. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I get the point. I get everybody wants this sort of everything MMO that can do all these sorts of things, but it's too big. It's too big. Just tooltip. I did promise one day that I would play it on stream to make my own judgments for it. Interact to loot. Okay, make these instance editable. Skeleton archer. Loot chest 3. For now, that's fine. I'll give him, you know, proper loot tables once we actually have proper loot to put in here. Which we do not have yet. So what we will do... See if that works. Putting that amount of immersiveness into an MMO is pretty much not doable. That's why I love single player games. Single player game, you can put in as much immersiveness as you want without having to worry about unnecessary shit netcode. With the amount of overhead trying to create a multiplayer game. Yeah, like the more information you have to send, 100%. I think part of that too is just, you know, they're trying to make an immersive sim, and as we've talked about before, when you make an immersive sim, there is some level of complexity that is, I think, expected by the player base with certain genres. And that will, you know, of course, have the same amount of complexity when it comes to development of the game. And when you want your game to just have so much in it and have that all propagated out, it becomes this... You either have to refactor and make the most maintainable, modular, workable code in existence. Which, sure, possible. Is it likely that that's going to work and be doable in a short amount of time without bugs? No. No, it's not. And the more people that you need to help work on that, and the more time it's going to take, the more money that is. And it just becomes this... You know, I don't think it's a scam as much as it is. They didn't know how much work it would be, and the players didn't know how much work it would be, because players generally don't know how much work goes into game development. And so it's just going to be this endless attempt to make it work in a you know, reasonably stable manner. And at the end of it, it's going to cost an inordinate amount of money and maybe not even be complete. Yeah, choosing Lumberyard was interesting, for sure. I honestly, with the amount of money they've already spent on this, they would have been better making their own engine. As simple as that. Go hire the best engine programmers you can, make your own engine. What am I checking? Interaction. Hold on. Okay, no interaction. Good. Let's kill him. What happens? Skeleton archer, interact to loot. Wait for him to die here. Yeah, they should have created their own engine. Beautiful, that disappears. And then we'll fix the sack. Perfect. Okay. Base enemy. Here. Set first text to use, second text to use. Yes. Yeah, I do that so that I can not have that skeletal mesh and technically the enemy still lying there. So you can loot it the moment it dies, and then after 20 seconds it will disappear. And then you can interact with the sack that it leaves behind for the same loot. Performance optimization. Come on. Come here. Come here. Go. Okay, that'll work. I think. Let's find the zombie. Class defaults, loot. Loot chest 3. This will be zombie. And we'll do the same kind of work, but for the animals. I don't think they can die right now, though. Yeah, we use the old potion interaction logic for it. Technically, they have dying animations, though, I thought. Unless I deleted them. Hope I didn't. Where are they? What are you? They do have death animations. And taking damage too. Hey Ely, how you doing? I don't think we use any of these. That death animation. This is me dying of cringe. I think what I'll have to do... I'll get Kotzberg to work on the animals, maybe. It helps that we already have the animations, and I think that they either use one animation blueprint. I think they only use one. No, they have separate animation blueprints. Yeah, right now we just have their idle or walk run animation points. But for now, instead of worrying about animations, I could try to make them react to, you know, take damage and whatnot. And then just destroy the actor on death for now. Let me see. Wait, is the zombie dying immediately? Oh, let me see if Kotspurs is online and available. Hotspur. Is he online? He is not. I will ask him to come on if you get the time. Come into the stream. Questions about enemies and animals. Also, okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I have the potion reaction. Right now, the potion reaction to check is doing a poison. Let's do E, immolation. Concussive blast. And chill. For right now, that should mean that we'll kill them any time that they get hit with any sort of damaging effect, so that I can at least implement the logic for looting them and such. Right now, it will just delete them, right? Okay, or not. Oh, I think because I unhooked the logic for that. You know, we'll wait on the animals then. We'll wait on the animals. We can always do that pretty easily later on. The zombie's weird though. It kind of looks like the zombie would die immediately when hit with any fire. Let me see here. Zombie. Yes, he is. He should work the same way though. Yes. The only thing that was not working was the skeletal mesh. is ignoring visibility trace. I can fix that though. Everything else should be a-okay for that, so we do have lootable enemies. It is not where I'd like it yet, though. Let me see here. Loot tables on death handling. Enemies are working. Zombie and skeleton. But animals need a whole pass to hook up death animations and optionally hit animations. Oh, sorry, hiccups. Okay, add that comment. It's good. I could pull over enemy attribute visuals. You know what? Let me do this. Let me move loot tables back to prioritize because I'm not going to work on those until we have it all fixed. And I'll rename that to enemy/creature loot tables. By the way, type in !progress into our Twitch chat, or if you can get this also via our link tree. You can have access to see our U-Track board here. It is publicly available. So if you're ever curious what we're prioritizing, what we're working on, what we have in our backlog, this is the place to check it out. And we would like to do that throughout all of production, although there might be some things like secrets to the game that we will have to hide in a separate invisible board, right? So, you know, things that might spoil people or might, you know, ruin certain surprises. Then let me pull over enemy attribute visuals. And we can work on that. I was thinking of something that hovers over their head while in combat. Can also be on the main HUD, but like the combat HUD in this case. DB love triangle with spoon in the player. Exactly. We're thinking along the same lines. In order to do this, though, I think it would be proper and smart to have some sort of detection if the player is in combat. How do I want to handle? Both zombies and skeletons currently have a Boolean. If they have spotted the player, where is this stored? It's stored in zombies. I'm gonna rename that to has spotted player. We could use that boolean to determine if the player is in combat, but right now, the player... We don't have detection for if the player has... Let me rephrase this. The enemies will not immediately start attacking the player if the player starts attacking them. Obviously, we will be implementing that, but right now that is not implemented. We could store some information of the last enemy that was hit. Run some calculations for that, for if like the player is close by or looking at that enemy. Hey, Little Robot Games. Kingdom Come Deliverance Indie Edition. I wish our game looked as good, played as good as Kingdom Come Deliverance. One day, maybe. You know, there might be a really easy way that I could handle this. We could do a longer line trace, checking for creatures and enemies that would have this component. And if you look at them, display their health above their head. And then do an OR check. Okay, let me write this down. Okay. There are two cases. Two cases where we show health bars above enemy creature heads. One, player is looking at them. This disappears when player stops looking. Two, higher priority. Player has hit them with potion. This disappears after n seconds. I think this will be the lowest cost option to do so. Everything else would be kind of annoying to implement for prototype, even if it would be more robust. That's what I'm thinking. In which case we would do a longer line trace in addition to the interactable one. The only problem is because the capsules are pretty small, I'd almost want, like, if we assume that the player is, let's say, here, right? A single line trace. It has to look pretty directly at it. And the further you are away from that, the more accurate you need to be, right? We could also do multiple linear line traces from the player in whatever direction they're looking in. I think there is a box trace. There's a box and sphere trace. and multi-line trace. I wonder if these are just a bit too expensive for what we're trying to do, though. Honestly, I don't think they would be. Hmm. Let me see what I have in my options. Box trace, capsule, line, multi-box, multi-capsule, multi-line, multi-sphere, sphere trace. I know this guy has made them. And he had a really good video about different types of traces. Multi-capsule. What does this look like? What the fuck is this node? What is this node? Why is this so big? This is from Unreal Engine 4. What version of Unreal Engine 4 had the absolute chungus get node from an array? Look at this. Oh my god. What's encountered? First blocking. Blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, that will hit multiple things. That's right. It won't automatically get eaten up by the first hit. We want the first hit, so I'm wondering if it would be better to do literally multiple line traces, visibility channel. A for loop. Get world location. I mean, technically speaking, the multi-trace would be I could only have to do one of those. I would only have to do one of those. But it seems more expensive than just running 3 independent traces that are within a short enough distance from each other. Let me think. Also, continue to ignore occlusion volumes, please. Ignore self. Drop beat debug type for duration. 5 seconds, that's fine. We want the first one to... I could just do a switch on int. A bit easy on myself. The first one is performed directly from the camera. You know what? A select probably would be better here. But then we want the second one to be forward vector. First person camera, get world location. Index, first one, and this one would be on the Would this work? World location. Well, what would ultimately matter is the forward vector. Well, you know, let me just try it. See what this looks like. That's awkward. Yeah, see how it rotates like that? That's what I thought would happen. Like, that doesn't matter when we only have 1 to fire, but when we have 3 to fire. Get rolled rotation. I think if I'm not mistaken, wait, what's the math for this? What's the math to make this work? Word vector. I'm making it too complicated. Back up, back up, back up, back up. We need the start location to be determined by the relative rotation, or the world rotation of the first person camera. Oh, fucking vector math. We get a point. Point is the first person camera. I don't think I could just plus minus because it's the world location. What am I trying to do? The start of the line segment is, from 3D space perspective, always what would that look like? You know, if the player is facing this direction, it's easy to get a point right in front of there. But then I want to get a point here and a point here too. What would the math look like for getting this first point and then just doing a quick subtraction and addition from that point? No matter which way the player's facing. Do you guys know? I feel like we would just shift the starting location, and it would still be the forward vector from the camera. But just shifting that starting location. But because of that, I could just do the lazy method and just put 2 scene roots in here. That's kind of the stupid way to do it. Nobody tell Cuthbert I'm doing this. Okay? You're not allowed. All I need is the data. I mean, I guess this works kind of ish. Realistically, I could just do this too. Rather than the more complex version. Oh. Why? Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah, that works. Okay. Like I said, nobody tell Cuthbert I did it this way. I'm sure he'd be like, why did you do it that way? Insert some snarky smart coder reply. Designers always doing things this stupid way. I know. He doesn't speak like that, to be honest. Hey, Shay Tries. How are you? What are you up to? Well, welcome. Hope you're having a good Friday. I am looking at... right now, I'm trying to insert some line traces that we can use to determine if an enemy's health bar should be showing above their head. And if you're curious about the game, you can type !game to see a bit more about it. Yeah, that's the proper spelling. Yeah. And I was trying to figure out some fancy math to do the line traces. Why with line trace? Is there a better way to do it? There's two cases. Okay, so hold on. There's 2 cases that I want line traces to show up. The first one is when the player is looking at them, so you can kind of see from a distance. And the second one is when you hit the enemy or creature with a potion. That one will stay up for a longer period of time because you're kind of like in active combat with it. And so these are the 2 super simple, cheap solutions that I can use instead of implementing some deeper combat logic. And this one overrides this one. So if number 2 is active, then number 1 is just not really taken into account, or it's not considered. Okay, can we just check if they implement the GSC ability system? Probably. How often I want to shoot these coke lines? Which ones? Oh, some secrets? Yeah, it is like this is an RPG game at its core, Cauldron Chronicles. So the choices that you make with NPCs and the things that you talk to them, those do impact their branching possibilities quite a lot. You want every tick? I don't think 3 line traces is that heavy every tick. Doing a multi-trace would be a lot heavier than doing 3 separate line traces. Especially when they're not going that far. Someone started a combat timer when you take damage or deal damage that resets every time you do that. So NPC dies, you don't take damage, let's say. That's pretty much what I'm doing in this case, yeah. I'm doing 2. I'm doing both the 3 line traces and instead of like a big sphere trace, right, or like a multi-sphere trace or something, which would definitely give a wider cone. So in this case, this is going to be, hold on, let me re-enable the debug. This shouldn't be too far. It cuts out at about here, and I'm probably going to make this a bit smaller, so maybe about this distance. And it should hold the same screen space, so that when you look at an enemy like this, as long as we hit the capsule, then we show the health bar above their head. And then if I hit them with a potion, where is he? Then that would show above his head as long as he's not dead for, you know, n number of seconds. Like when a game allows you to affect the world around you based on your decisions, gives it more life. Yeah, me too. And I think that for me, you know, I wanted to make this game because I'm not really happy with a lot of modern RPG games where it doesn't feel like your decisions actually matter a whole lot. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of reactivity to the world and from the NPCs that you meet. And I wanted to mix it with a kind of anti-shopkeeping idea, where most of these games, if it was, oh, alchemy shop, you know, game, you would be a shopkeeper, you'd stock shelves. I'd rather you be more of a specialist. So when an adventurer comes and visits your hut, they have a specific need and a specific desire, and the potion that you make has to tailor to that need and desire, and you can just choose to help them, to tell them to fuck off, to sabotage them by giving them something else than what they wanted, or to try and go above and beyond, putting additional helpful effects on the potion that may assist them or, you know, may accidentally get them harmed. So there's a lot of freedom in not only the way that you assist the adventurers that you visit or that visit you, but also the way that you speak to them. So of course through deeper branching dialogues like you would see. Where's a good example? Like in here, you know, all this branching dialogue. And that's just for a merchant. One of our first NPCs here, I think, has some better examples of the branching dialogue. And any place that you see the green bar is where we save a choice that the players made. So if you maybe learn some things about them, you've learned a part of their past, we can then use that knowledge in future branches and informational checks. So yeah, we really want to be, okay, we're not a shopkeeping game, and we are more of an RPG than anything. You are the alchemist, and the role that you get to play is whether you want to be a helpful alchemist, a hurtful alchemist, a good one, a bad one, things like that. Starvin, thank you for the follow. Hope you guys are having a good start of your weekend. Make a sex shop game? I think that would be a bit hard to market, considering every single store would not want to host your game. And Shay, thank you for the follow as well. Are you guys also in game dev? Or are you just gamers? We like meeting new people. Let's do the break hit result. We'll check validity. And I think we'll check for the capsule component. It does block visibility trace though. I could make a combat trace. Yeah, but no, I want to do visibility trace. That was a dumb thing. It should be visibility. And then we'll make a BPI for enemies or something. Alchemy, data, combat, blueprint interface, BPI, combat. Make a couple of functions here for enemy being looked at. Stop. Enemy look at. I'm into game dev, currently starting to learn Unreal myself. Gonna join a game jam to try to give myself some experience. I think you're doing things exactly the right way. Do you know which game jam yet? If you're not familiar, and you probably are, itch.io has a fantastic page with all of the upcoming game jams. Oh my god, a not safe for work bondage game jam. I imagine that's the one that you want to join, right? There's a really big one coming up here, this Bracky's game jam. Wonder if it has cash rewards. Ooh. Get some money off of craftpicks.net and diversion. That's really nice. That's cool. So yeah, this is a great site to look at for new jams coming up. And then you can find people usually through like a Discord that they have. Yeah. Jam, find a team channel on Discord. That's pretty cool. Alright, let's add combat. And for now, on the enemy being spotted, we will print hello. All right, and here in this trace, we'll do a break hit result. Seems to have many jam options. Actually join the lame jam, mostly because it doesn't ask you to make a good game, just a game, which takes a lot of pressure off of me. Yeah, I think a lot of people are actually afraid of joining game jams because they think that they need to make a good game, when in most cases, especially for somebody new to game development, The primary goal of a game jam should be to learn and to meet other people. That's it. And if you make a good game, that's a bonus on top of it. If you're ever building out your portfolio, by the way, or your CV, do not be afraid to show the shitty games too. Because all of it will show development, attempts, an ability to keep pushing forward despite setbacks. Everybody in game development and professional game development has shitty games that they've made. Every single one. We've all started somewhere. We've all had failed ideas that never got off the ground, a million incomplete projects. I think that you should try to show those things and show that your journey started somewhere and now you're at this location. Combat interface does implement. Let us grab that other actor then. Enemy being looked at message. Also, we need to check if it is valid. Okay. Well, that should print hello if we look at an enemy. It does. Beautiful. Shut up. Get out of here. We'll need to make the UI for this. So let's set that up. Combat. Enemy stats. You know what? I'll make this a separate thing. UI. New folder. Enemy stats. Widget blueprint. WBP. Enemy stats. And for right now, it will just be a simple health bar. We could make this a screen space widget, but I think for right now, I'll try to just make it a world space widget. We'll try both. We'll see what both look like. Okay, that'll work. Let's see. BP base enemy. Add widget. Widget class will be enemy stats. Right now, of course, that will look pretty big. Get that decreased. Probably could just manually adjust the scale, couldn't we? Well, let's just start with this. B is being looked at. Let's set this to true. This is going to control the ticking of moving that health bar for the player when they're looking at it. Yeah, for the sake of this, let's just do stop enemy look at here. And I'll print the result of that. Let me see here. Event tick is being looked at. It is not sending false. Why? Oh yeah, because hold on, I need to do one other thing. One more thing. Enemy being looked at. Otherwise, tell the last enemy to stop being looked at, and then set that to null. There we go. Kind of awkward. Well, let's start with that. There's a couple of checks I did up here to make it work more reliably. You can always propagate those changes down. Right now, is being looked at, get the widget, and set visibility to true. Otherwise, make it invisible. Default. Set to, where is it? Invis. And then on tick, if is being looked at, and is not dead, then we want to get the widget and set world rotation equal to find look at rotation between the start of get actor location, get player character, and self location. And I think we only want to adjust the yaw, not the pitch or roll. Let me start with that. You can also make a game like Doom using this this method, by the way. Because what it will do is you can like have a sprite in the world, and it will always rotate the sprite to the direction that the player is standing, which mimics that that same effect. That's how it should be, at least, if that health bar shows. Problem is, I likely have the wrong yaw on this. It could be 180 degrees in the wrong way. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Eject. Where is that? It is 180 degrees in the wrong direction. That is fine. We can fix that by just adding in 180. Yo ass. Also yes. Okay. It's being awkward. I wonder if the... Oh yeah, I know what the reason is. I know exactly what the reason is. We're hitting the skeletal mesh instead of the, Well, it shouldn't matter. Huh. You know what I bet it is? I bet it is an issue with other actors being hit. Let me see what this looks like. Okay, I don't know why that's always visible. The issue is we're doing the 3 line traces, and if one of them hits the enemy but the others don't. What am I wanting to do here? Okay, I can reconfigure some things. This works good when we're only doing 1 line trace, but not when we're doing 3 line traces. could set a retriggerable delay. Let me try this. The retriggerable delay should kick in and set itself to false. Let me test what's happening on the skeleton archer. Do oh, because it's re-triggering the entire time. Hold on, let me think. Let me use my brain power here. My 1 IQ. We know the Boolean was working. It wasn't. While being looked at. Let me just move this. I think I'm making this worse. Sometimes the simplest things can be the most annoying things. That. Stop enemy look. Set to null. The reason I don't like to use this is because we are not looking at only one thing. I don't think this is the right thing to do at all. We simply need to say that we are or are not looking at this thing. And then handle that individually within each actor. So whether or not we're looking or not looking. Based on that Boolean, and as long as the enemy is dead, we set the rotation. Why does this specifically. Not function when... Calm down. Yeah, it's because we're not looking at the enemy anymore. Okay, so... we can't call that. Hey, Shrilduck. Thank you for the giant duck. Yeah, there we go. That was annoying. I don't necessarily want the health bar itself to be a hittable aspect of the skeleton, though, of the creatures. So let me think here. That is a big health bar. We have not modified the look of the health bar yet. I want to get the functionality of it appearing and disappearing. And then we can modify how it looks. Let me see if we can fix this. Widget. Open up the widget for me. This should be not a testable self and all children. I don't know if that applies to 3D widgets though. They might have separate collision. Let me check. Make it double the size. It'll be unique to any other game. You're not technically wrong about that. Yeah, here we go. UI custom. Just ignore visibility trace. That's better. Okay, that is better. I can turn off the debug on this, I think, for now. Next step, let's tie this to the enemy's health. On begin play, we could send information to the widget of the owner. Yeah, let's do it that way. Begin play. Get widget. Asked to enemy stats. Oh, wait. Get widget. Asked to enemy stats. And then we'll bind the percentage here to owner actor. Base enemy. Get component by class. GSC ability system. Validate that, please. If true, we need to grab the attribute. I think it's also part of the base attribute set, but I can double check. Where's the skeleton? They don't have a default attribute starting. Well, this should be pretty easy to test if these are not the correct ones. Get the max health, get the current health. Normalize this, please. Value of current health. And the only thing we need to do is tell the widget which owner actor we are. So owner actor, set owner actor, self. Should be about it. Now, depending on when things load, we might have to put a small delay here. In fact, it wouldn't hurt just to add a small delay. Just in case. Because some things get loaded before others, and you might have the case where if the widget isn't loaded until the actor is loaded, then loading hierarchy. Small delay fixes it. Okay, those are clearly not the right stats because they have no health. Also, it is casting a shadow. I don't think we want the health bar to cast a shadow. I can turn that off too. Access none trying to read property of owner actor. That's probably... Okay, that's weird. I think your AMD might bring out 9070 XT with 32 gigabytes of VRAM. Will they come out with better drivers? We do an owner actor validation check. Oh no, we don't. We do a validation check on, hold on. On the component, but not the owner actor itself. That should prevent errors. Yes. However, we are not even hitting that node. Is it not the GSC ability? It says it right here. GSC ability system component. AMD drivers are better than NVIDIA's. Are they? 1990 driver? What? There was just a new update for drivers yesterday. 1990 drivers? What GPU are you using? Print string owner actor invalid. That will appear briefly at the start of the game. ESC ability system invalid. It's not printing it? Why would that not be printing it? NVIDIA's drivers, that there's their new software. It's the NVIDIA control panel they've been using. Oh yeah, well the NVIDIA control panel is now not a it's outdated now. The new app combines both of these, so you can set the overrides here, just like you were able to do in the NVIDIA control panel. So this is now where they handle all of that. The new app is definitely a lot better than GeForce Experience. Holy shit, that was horrible. And NVIDIA control panel was really slow. So far, the new NVIDIA app has been miles better. And it has all of the same functionality. Does it not tick? When did that come out? NVIDIA app. It's relatively recent. It was in beta for a while, but now it's fully released. But it combines the control panel with the old GeForce stuff, but it's miles more responsive. Thank God, finally. Because NVIDIA control panel was really good, but really slow, and GeForce Experience was shitty, but the only way to handle certain optimizations. I can at least turn off cast shadows. We do have tick on. Window focusable. This should tick, and I don't know why it's not. Oh, because it's not visible by the... If it's hidden, if it's not visible in game, it will not tick, which is good. That is good. Owner actor is invalid. Probably because we started invisible. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so here's what we'll do. This is very easy to fix. Set the owner actor and then set the widget to be invisible at begin play. That way we for sure set it, and that should resolve the problems, at least with it hitting invalid actor. It still says owner actor invalid. Wonderful, I'm so happy. crapload of AMD programs. I like NVIDIA because they spend more money on R&D generally than AMD, so they have better technologies. Even though the GPUs of AMD are way cheaper. And in some cases much better in terms of like VRAM. They still can't beat NVIDIA for technology. Same with like Intel. Intel CPUs I think have better technology than AMD CPUs. A couple of horrible generations of Intel CPUs though. 13 and 14 series mainly. Where is my visibility? There we go. Still says owner actor is invalid. Is this the wrong call? Let's just break it. Not even hitting it? Where's my begin play? Oh, you know what? I think I know what the issue is. I think I know. Where's begin play? There it is. You see that? Call to parent. Problem solved. Sneaky, sneaky. Freaky, breaky. Would you look at that? Now they have health. Oop, I just hit him. Okay. Those are not the right attribute sets, I think. Also, searching through line trace by channel. Which is the one that allows you to line trace and ignore certain channels? Factors. I need the trace to go through. Profile. Interesting. Not like I want to shove in every single actor here. Then again, we could make the... What it likely is the, what am I wanting here? I need that immolation effect, the thrown potion. What is it causing when it smacks? I think it's doing like a big... Spawnable effect immolation. This capsule is blocking visibility trace. I don't know. I don't know if it's a bad thing if I turn that off. Casper he can tell me. He can come in here and tell me. It's likely I'm breaking something. Oh, it pulls from spawnable effect base. Hold on. Let me not do that one then. The spawnable base probably has the... Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, never mind then. Never mind. The light has this capsule. That will overlap visibility trace, which might be okay. I would also need to check that I can fix one thing too here. The capsule needs to ignore projectile and NPC. It's also set to block physics, but no, that should be okay. Blocking physics bodies should be okay. No, it's not. That's actually not good either. We want that to... We can just have that overlap. That should prevent the issue of the thrown potion blocking the other thrown potion. Like that. That's good. Oh, we killed the zombie. Sorry, buddy. That also didn't get rid of the tooltip. I can fix that. Don't worry. Okay. That aspect is working. Let's fix the tooltip. On interact. There might be an issue though where for one tick before it's destroyed, it tries to rebuild that tooltip again. I can fix that by... What is it? Dead. Got the right spelling? Nope. Nope. That should be an A there. Yeah, set interactable to false. Is dead and is interactable. On death, set interactable to true 2. Default interactability is false. Interactable within range. Interactable has to be true here too. Should prevent that. Shut up, bitch. Got him. Yeah, the collision detection is not the greatest. Simply because we check the entire actor and not the components. It is what it is. Is what it is. Okay, I am struggling to figure out where the specific stats of the skeleton come from. I don't know where that's being set. Where is that being set? Because we don't have anything in the default starting data of the ability system. But I wonder if it's somewhere else. Somehow we're able to kill the skeleton. And the zombie is separate. The zombie needs to be updated to have stats. I mean, I don't think it would be in COTS, but perfect timing. Perfect timing, sir. Where do you set the attributes for the skeleton? Only for small. Okay, I will make full use of you in this time. In C? So there's no way for me to grab... Because I can grab the player's attributes here. Is there no way to grab the attributes from blueprints for the enemies? They have same attribute set. Is it the GSC or the base attribute set? Because it did not seem to work with base. You do say it is base, okay. Well, this should work. This should work, but it is not working. Like, he is dying like normal, like expected. But, yeah, there's no update to the health. Push with task, okay. Also, I turned off, yeah, I don't worry, I will lower the health bar. I just need it to work right now. Just give me a second, okay? I disabled visibility trace responsiveness on quite a few things so that the trace foreseen enemy health bar is there. I need to lower the distance a bit. Ah, there it is. I don't know if that breaks anything that you set up. It doesn't seem to, but you would know. Also, I have on death handling and looting handled. There's 2 cases where health bars will be shown. One of them is when they're in combat. So you can loot on death. And I had to disable some collision, which seems to work. And then after 20 seconds, we spawn a little sack with their loot so that we don't have the actor taking up a whole bunch of shit that you can loot. So that is the way that we handle it. Okay, let me go over it again. There are 2 cases where we show health bars above the enemy creature's heads. Number 1, when the player looks at them. This disappears when the player stops looking at them. Number 2, and the priority, when the player has hit them with a potion. And this disappears after n seconds. So this is the super simple, quick way that we can create combat immersive health bars. And if this is active, then we don't stop, we don't make it disappear when the player stops looking. This takes priority. Those are the 2. Maybe they should always disappear and leave bag. They will always disappear and leave bag. So you can either loot them when they're on the ground, but after 20 seconds, if you do not loot them, they will turn into the bag, and the bag will stay there. And I think the bag should be fine. The bag, it's not storing that much data anyway. And the physics will sleep, so it should be okay. I fixed a bug too with the trace of the immolation spheres, because the thrown potions are projectiles, so it was blocking other ones from getting hit. So now you can throw them through that sphere that is created. Stop thinking. Why not only... I read yours, Blizzardy. And you make a potion with that, you can preview the health bar to see how strong the enemy is. Why not only health bar when you attack, and you make a potion with that, you can preview the health bar. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Okay, so there's no way for me to... Is what you're saying, just let me correct this, Cutsberg. There's no way to make this work in Blueprints at the moment. You would have to shove some shit in to make this work. Should. It is finding the GSC. You know what? Let me double check and just see if it's using the GSC. I checked in the enemy and it didn't say that they were using anything. Let me show you. So it didn't say that there's any default starting data. I could give them the starting data. You only show health bar when you attack. When you want to see the health bar without combat, you have to use a special potion that you throw at the enemy. I mean, that's an okay idea, I think, for... You know, for later, but for now, we need the simplest, cheapest, quickest solution. Gas companion ability? Oh, okay, up here. Granted attributes. Base attribute. I mean, it should work. This is the same that I use for the player's health. Kind of weird. Let me check the player's stats. It's the same thing. I don't know why. I do not know why. And it's bound on tick. Owner actor is the it's the it's this actor, and then I just check if that is has the GSC ability system component. It should just be a BP base enemy reference, which should work. And then whenever we create the enemy, I send that information to the widget. Which in my eyes should work. I don't know. Why BP base enemy doesn't have this? I was wondering the exact same thing actually. Because we have it in Skeleton Archer. Zombie has it, but Zombie doesn't use it as far as I... And, oh no, Zombie does have it, but immediately dies to immolation. So... yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I could add it to the base. Yeah, Zombie has old implementation. Okay, I'll try it. Should I just delete the... yeah, I'll just delete this. Oop, that's the wrong button. What is the way to see the attributes of the enemy? I mean, we know it's working though. How do I see his attributes though? And abilities tag. Don't I have to hold like shift or something to see those? Or alt? Oh, F3, F4, okay. F4, there we go. His current health is 50. Debug the widget? That's the zombie. Skeleton. Valid. Valid. Oh, oops. I forgot to fix the max health. That might be one of our issues. Let me see here. Now it's working. Okay. Something else we fixed made it work. And I think when he dies, what do I have it set to do? Yeah, it disappears. Okay. And then you can loot him. Okay, okay, okay. So yeah, zombie needs a little bit of hooking up, as you already know, and then creatures, too. All of the forest creatures. It would be nice if we can give them the same health. It should be easy. The nice thing too is that they all already have animations for getting hit by a potion. If we want to play that, we don't have to. And they all have death animations. And attack. We do have attack if we want to make them neutral. If we want to make some of the neutral AI, which would be cool, I think. Especially for like the boar. I think it would fit quite well with. So we can make tasks for all of that. Everything else, let me see. Enemy creature loot tables will be done later. The visuals for the health bar, I can fix that up. We'll make this smaller. That is definitely better. Okay, we will lower the distance of the trace here too. I think 3,000 would be better than 5,000. I do 3 line traces as well, just if you're curious. I do it like this. They're linear from the... that way so that you have a bit of leeway with how far away from an enemy you're looking. I thought it would be cheaper than doing like a sphere trace. I don't know, but this way, if you're hitting like the side of a tree with one of the traces, you know, you can kind of like peek out a little bit and see him, so I don't know. I don't know if it's too performance heavy, but it doesn't seem to be causing any problem. It's a random thought. No, I like it. There's so many good thoughts that you guys have, but it's most of the time your thoughts are, I can implement my idea now, or your idea in 3 days. I kind of have to weigh it of, okay, your idea is 100% better, but also it would take more time. So if I ever turn you guys down, it's usually not because your idea is bad. I think that distance is okay. I mean, maybe I could lower it a little bit more. We'll see if it causes any problems. I don't think 2 separate visibility traces would cause a problem with anything else in the game. I mean, they're checking and doing different things, so... Oh, wonderful. A health fortifying toxin of druid sensing. I can make myself healthier, but poison myself at the same time. Great. It's just what I wanted. The show health bar creates problem where I would love to have that effect on every combat potion, thus making an unnecessary effect that for most players mandatory to have fun. I mean, we could always make druid sensing something like that too. I don't know, but here's the thing is that every new effect we create, while more easy to implement in combat, is often harder to implement in terms of storytelling. So we have to make, if we make a new effect of, I don't know, penis enlargement, right? Okay, we can enlarge the player's penis, this works. But now what happens if you provide that effect on the potions you give to all of the NPCs, right? Now we have to write new encounters, new variations of encounters, new responses that would have for this. So right now for prototype, no new effects. For vertical slice, we might do some new effects, but we do need to make sure that we all have the functionality written for them in terms of the narrative components. That is harder, and that takes a lot more time. Okay, what am I doing now? What am I doing? This looks okay. It disappears. I could put a little text above it. I'll try it. I'll try putting text above it. We need to go. Was there anything more? Let me think. I don't think so. As long as nothing that... I mean, you'll jump into it and you'll see if I broke anything. But as long as nothing I touch today negatively impacts your work, especially with like the visibility trace changes. I don't know if you have to use that for anything. Then I think it's all okay. We just need to hook up the zombie, hook up the creatures, and then I can create all of their loot tables. Okay. Yeah, more effects too. But other than that, the player's health bar should be working, the enemy's health bar should be working, so we don't have to use the debug to check it anymore. And they should all have, as long as they all derive from base enemy, they have functionality for what happens when they die, and they can be looted and all those kinds of things. You're ill. You're still ill. I'm sorry, man. I hope that you get better over the weekend. The only thing from when you make like a new enemy, you can set up like just some basic loot chest, 3 pulls from that table, that works, and then just fill in the first text box to use with the enemy name. That should be good. Politics. Is there Polish politics stuff going on? Oh, world politics. We will put tons of politics in Cauldron Chronicles so that you think more about Cauldron Chronicles politics than world politics. I don't know if that'll work. We'll try it. Go to Doom Pill, yeah. I think I'm gonna fix up this spaghetti. By the way, I'm gonna fix this up. Holy shit. What is going on in here? Oh. Yeah, there's just a few things going on here. Don't worry, I'll clean it up a little bit. Yeah, hey. However, Kotspur, you are just as bad. I'm gonna clean up your you have a little bit of spaghetti. Your spaghetti's better. Don't, please. I'm gonna fix these up too. We all cause spaghetti. It's a universal creation when you're working with blueprints. why do we only check the hit data here? Can I delete these? I'll just unhook them. Move them over here. You can't not spaghetti in BP. I try my best not to spaghetti. I'm pretty sure I cleaned this up a little bit, but now some new stuff was added. Oh, this is old. This is all old. Okay. Move this up for now. Just duplicate this for the sake of having it up here. So you didn't want to make C++ function, but I wasn't enable you to do stuff. Don't worry. Once we work on the full game, we'll have a much better system for all that. And we'll have a dedicated code architect. Just to make sure. Did I send you that video of Mafia developers and how they did blueprint verification? Mafia blueprint PC. Oh god, what was it? It was the newest Mafia. Mafia 3 game dev talk. Mafia 3 GDC. It might have been at Gamescom or something too. I'll have to find it later, but they showed off a pretty cool way that they were validating blueprints using... You remember that thing we talked about on the call where in gas, if you do certain things, it invalidates the blueprint and won't allow you to compile. They did the same thing in Mafia 3 with blueprints based on the complexity of the blueprint. And I think that it was... It was pretty cool, but it was also quite strict. But I can see why they did it strict. Mafia Remaster. Blueprint. Don't know where it was. I swear I sent it to you in hold on, let me open up Discord. I must have sent it in like the game dever coding channel. Let's see here. Coding. Education. Dev general chat. Mafia. I don't see it. I do not see it. Mafia game dev talk. I know it was about Mafia though. I swear it was about Mafia. I don't know. I'll find it later. It was pretty cool though. Holy shit. I'm like inhaling dust particles. I need to get like an air filter in here. Ooh, spaghetti from get actor location. That's always a fun one. It's easy to fix up though. Keep the debug sphere. Alien did not like the usage of the debug sphere though. I like the debug sphere. The debug sphere helps me a lot. Okay, that's fixed up. Let's fix a little bit of spaghetti here. Ooh. Hide unconnected pins. Hide unconnected. Okay, that's better. We probably should have multiple function libraries, now that I think about it, instead of one big bad boy. Can you make a library of libraries? Is it possible to have a function library of function libraries? Or is that just called referencing multiple libraries? Probably not the right practice, right? Yeah, just reference multiple libraries, okay. Makes sense. Why is max value getting set to 0 here? Before the loop. But if this is a function, it's being reset each time anyway. In which case, if we wanted to reset it for each loop, we should set it here. What is this? Getting range of potion application. Did you mean to put it here? When I have it at 0 at beginning? Default is 0. Yeah, okay. Checking. I've done that many times where I forget to reset a variable in between each loop iteration. And then I wonder why it's broken. Okay, here's one thing they could do to improve for each loops. Is to, if you type in for each, I would love for each loop with index local variable. And then it spawns the for each loop with the index local variable already hooked up. Because my god, I hate the spaghetti and having to create a new local variable for index each time. Oh my lord. Okay, going away, trying to hunt something for Valentine's. Good luck. Best of luck, and thank you for the help. Hello, Aga. How was your call? Good? What was talked about? She did an interview for people in chat who are wondering. For what would be a pretty cool job. This is a little messy. Math nodes are always messy in blueprints. Always messy. Multiplication, so what I could do is do that and have this coming above. That helps a little bit. Okay. This one here. Get that fixed up. Something about the company, the responsibilities, and we talked a bit about difficult cases that often happen in game dev teams. Well, especially for because this would be for a production job. People are curious. Ugh. Miscommunications. I mean, I would think that that's the biggest thing, especially with when you have like remote teams. It's miscommunications. Somebody interprets something wrong or takes something a different way. It isn't documented properly, or you have like a private talk and the outcome of that talk is never written down. Ugh, there's a lot of them. A lot of problems. Doing an OR check. Let's switch these around. Maybe some translation AI for Japanese that made mistakes with some words and caused some misunderstandings. I imagine too that it probably caused a lot of misunderstandings with the formality. Because, like you have mentioned to me, a lot of Japanese depends on context and who you're speaking to. And that cannot be interpreted by a translator, like some AI translator. I will set this effect name as a local variable. That'll make things a little bit easier with the spaghetti. The gameplay effect. We can delete that. Tier of effects. We're doing a get. Yeah, we'll do this. Input potion tiers. Oop, don't do that. And then we will local variable the index 2. Okay, so then this should take the input potion tiers, current index, oops, index, and then we can clean up this spaghetti. Then we can just reorganize this a little bit too. Okay, that looks better. Get effect tag name, looks fine, just I'll put it all below. There we go. Get range of effect. Okay. Nothing too crazy. That's better. Okay, I have some of the functions from yesterday that I put in here too. Check combat effect implementation. It's more of a utility function. Get player ability system. This would be utility. Hide combat HUD is widget. Show combat HUD is widget. 1 p.m. Yes, be fine. How do you feel about the responsibilities for the position though? That were mentioned. Let's do a horizontal box. Set to fill. Let me size box this. Wrap with size box. Height override 400. Size to content. Oops. That is awkward. Oh, because I did height override. Hold on. Width override 400. You were told that they would teach you everything. That is good, especially from what I've heard of the company. I won't name names just for privacy purposes, but they document everything. Okay, and then height override that to 30. Horizontal box we can shove text into. Text. Yeah, let's do one text box. The only thing that this might look weird as is because we're changing the scale up here, and it will fuck with that a bit. Okay, so I set the width to half of what it was, and the height to 40%. So if the width is 400, make it 200, height 12. Text, let's try 15. Okay, create binding for the text. Same as this. I'll send you something too on Discord that is more relevant. Okay, we have the current health, max health. Let's set this to string. Append. Divided by, and then set this to text. Okay, that should work. I will make them integers though. I will round those values and maybe put an outline on them too. Let's do that. Oh shit, I told you guys I would get the fish working. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Just camera. Let me fix that right now for you guys. Steam. Library. I have played 3,366 hours of Lurkbait. Wild. Okay, that should work. Now you can fish. Now you can enjoy your fish. Also, one more thing. I need to fix up the fence. Twitch channel followed. Subscribed, resubscribe. Okay. Now if you follow or sub, you can get your free 5 fish as well. I don't know if I took my medicine today. I'm running out. Gotta buy some more. It's called phlegmina. It gets rid of phlegm. I produce a lot of it, and it's very thick, probably because of my deviated septum. And that helps to get rid of it. Otherwise, I'm clearing my throat all the fucking time while streaming. And it's horrendous. Okay. Now we're good. I mean, from a visual perspective, I think that's pretty good for the just looking at the enemies. We still have their Metal Gear Solid style exclamation point for when they see you. I could maybe remove that. Let's do this. Let's lower this just a tad more. And we'll add in the outline. I think there's some padding too on there. That's fine. Jesus Christ, that is very, very visible. Probably because it's a world widget. I need to change the material to be the unlit version of the material. Widget 3D pass-through masked one-sided. Show that to me in the browser. Duplicate. Oop. Back. Unlit. Well, if it's masked, hold on. Oh, I can set the shading model to unlit here. It's emissive though. I don't want it to be emissive. Also looks blocky as shit. I don't know why. Why does it look really blocky? It wasn't looking like that before. Was it? Well, kind of is. Kind of weird. Okay, set to unlit. Yeah, this has the emissiveness plugged in. $1,000 ants on face. Thank you for the follow. You are a chaos bot, so I rescind my thanks. Bitch. You bot. Ugh. Did I not make a version of the widget for being unlit? Or not emissive? I thought I did in here. Or are these emissive? Widget 3D pass-through 1. Okay, hold on, let me try this. Do, 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 do. It'll look a little bit darker, but it will also... Oh no, that's still lit. It's just not emissive. I need one that is unlit and not emissive. That solves one problem, not the other. Okay. Alright, hold on. Show me this one. Duplicate. It has to be emissive. No, it doesn't. What is this one using? Surface translucent default lit. Surface translucent default lit. Well, I do want it to be unlit. Is it maybe just because there is a... like a multiply going on here? Pass through opaque. Then pass through opaque has the widget 3D pass through. I mean, I can always lower the emissiveness boost. It's still very emissive, and therefore looks horrible. I'm not making this look any better. How can I get it to not look like that? That is using the right thing, isn't it? Widget 3D pass through 1. I don't know why it looks shiny. I don't know why. How do I get it to not do that? Yeah, it still has the emissiveness. Or it feels like it does. And then it gets like way, way brighter. Really weird. It's annoying. Surface masked unlit. How do I get it to not look so bright? What do I change here? I don't think that's it. Ew. Ew. Okay, definitely not that. Not because this is overblown or anything, right? What do we do? What do we do? This is the problem. It has this emissiveness to it in order to actually function and not just be black. That doesn't feel right to me. That doesn't feel like it should work that way, especially if the shading model is unlit. We would just want the base color for that, right? Maybe there's some... I'm missing something here. I have no idea what I'm doing. Material domain. Blend mode. How it is blended with background colors. Realistically, it should just be opaque. With no emissiveness, right? Well, no, because yeah, it does need to have that opacity to it. So it does need to be masked. We have the opacity mask. I feel like only the RGB from the slate should be hooked up to the emissiveness so that it's only outputting the colors that we want from there. But that doesn't really work either because we still have this weird tint on it. But I'd like it to look like this. And I don't know where that tint is coming from. I don't know very much about materials. What is it wanting? Didn't really do anything. Let me look it up. I'm clearly missing something. UE5, world space widget material. Health bar tutorial UI and world space. Actually, yes.
Okay, guys.
Okay, guys. Yeah, just show me your materials for this because clearly my materials are poo-poo. Not world space. That is world space. Pretty pass-through masked one-sided. You adjusted it somewhere. Unless he'd also have the same problem. Let's go back to the pass-through masked one-sided. I mean, this definitely makes it look more vibrant. Daytime, it's fine. You know, we have that vibrancy. It looks great. It looks so bad though. I'm gonna make 3D world space widgets not look like runny shit. The blurriness. Get a clock. Interesting. Output velocity, responsiveness AA. And a translucency pass. Okay, is that being done directly in the... Can't be here. Yeah, it's gotta be in the... Hold on a second. Feature 3D pass-through opaque. Is that what the original one had, though? This is just where we changed it to unlit. Unhook that. Let's see here. Wants me to change... I don't see it. It would have to be in the base material. Yes, okay. Then let me adjust widget 3D pass-through one. This is our modified one. Surface translucent unlit. Okay, we're back to here. Means that our new one needs to pull from... I need a copy of all of these things. Duplicate. Materials. Fix up these redirectors. Okay, whatever. Engine content. All right, let's see. Widget 3D pass-through. Custom. The 3D pass-through. Custom. Pass-through opaque. Custom. And now we need this to reference opaque custom, and for opaque custom to reference pass-through custom. And then we'll come into here. I don't think this will fix my problem, but just see what it does. Okay, in the translucency settings, responsiveness AA, output depth and velocity. Then make sure this is using the custom. Doesn't really help. Still not working. I don't know what fogging is. Translucent materials are fogged. I mean, they look fogged. I mean, if you told me that this is fogging, I would definitely say yes, this looks like fogging. That's annoying. Okay, it's clearly not that. Stereo render layer. I mean, one way to fix this is just to make it a world's screen space widget, not a world space widget. I don't know if there's any just implicit way to make this work. For some reason, it has this weird effect to it. Somewhere in one of these. Interesting. I don't think that's what I want, but I wonder how an image looks. Let me add an image to this out of curiosity. See if it does the same thing. It's got the same problem. Like what is it? Why? How do I make it not lit up? How do I make it just exist? Like these. What's the material on these arrows? I wonder if there's anything within the rendering. Okay. A face. Come here, little rendering. Masked. Tint color. Are any of these relevant? Use as occluder. Ooh, let's see. Let us see. I'm just going to untick things until something works. Render and custom depth pass. Translucent sort priority. It does nothing. Custom depth stencil value. I don't think we use any of the stencil properties of that. I don't know what this is doing. I'm just changing things. I feel like a custom. Choose this mode. Usually used for outlines. Okay, yeah, that's probably not it. Hold out. Primitive will render black with an alpha of 0, but all secondary effects remain. No. There is a separate tint value here. What if I set that value to 0? Nothing. Oh. Like a background. of weird. I actually don't know. I actually don't know how to fix this at all. I mean, apart from making it a screen space widget, which it certainly does not seem to be the, well, it's not the solution that I want to use. Granted, we could. Just kind of wanting to just have a world space widget, but I don't think there's any way to make it a world space widget and do what I want it to do, which is just appear normally. How awkward does the screen space widget look, though? Honestly, not that big of a problem. The only issue is like the distance, because the screen space widget will remain the same size no matter your distance to it. The further you are away, you know, it looks kind of awkward because it's sitting. It's just that it's just because it's you can see it from so far away. Not the worst thing in the world, though. It's annoying. That's so fucking stupid. I must be missing something, though. The light is washing the widgets out. Yes, exactly. It could, I mean, it does make sense that it might be the post process. It definitely makes sense. Pentoth. Divide your emissive value with the eye adaptation. Ooh, that makes a lot of sense. It makes an awful lot of sense. Did not work. Did I do the division the wrong way? Or did it reset the material, maybe? Oh, it's got the right material. Unhooking the alpha base on two-sided sign and dividing the... Unhooking the alpha base on two-sided sign. Oh. There it is. Oh my god, okay. Finally it's working. Granted, I don't think that the screen space widget looked that bad. Not as bad as I thought it might look. But thankfully, that was nice. Love to get rid of the hint. Oh no, we need that at 1. Yeah, that's right. I'm dumb. It still looks like there's a background color though on the health bar, but you know what? It kind of looks nice. That might be within here as well. Oh yeah, it kind of is. I can give that a more defined background though. Probably. Background image draw as none. Then what I'll do is I'll add a border. That padding uniform? Padding does not look uniform. I think there's a margin. You. Why does it do that? That's awkward. What? Why does it do that? There no better way to get a good looking bar here? I'll look into it later. Not a fan of that though. Let me just undo all this. Replace with child. I think it's okay. I'm not going to mess around with it. It's just a prototype. What does it look like with full cloud coverage, though? That's the more important thing to check. Should look the same. That was the intention. But now it's not emitting awkwardly. I think that looks a lot more as expected. Well, you guys can tell me if you think that it doesn't look very good. I think that it looks okay, I guess. We can always fix it at some other point. Hope it didn't ruin UDS in some way. Yeah, I think I accidentally manually overrided that. That looks better. Okay, second thing I want to do is make it so that when you have thrown a potion at them, we have a timer that forces the health bar to be visible for 10 seconds, overriding the disappearance that occurs if you were just looking at them. Where's our base enemy? There they are. We have we don't really have an event that fires. I guess I could put it in Thrown Potion for now. And run it through the combat BPI. Custom hit with potion. Logic. And then on Thrown Potion. We run this, apply gameplay effect spec to target. I will also try to throw in here the custom hit with potion logic. This needs to be cleaned up. as best it can be. No, still a bit of spaghetti, but fine for now. We don't really care if the spec is good or not. Even if it's a shit potion, I guess we'll just count it for now. So uncustom hit. You can kind of just handle it pretty easily. B has been hit recently. Set to true. Delay. And then set to false. But only if we're not dead. Okay. This is not the most robust, but it will function. I think. We're gonna see. It should disappear like normally. And then if we hit an enemy... Oh. Yeah, it's not always visible, is it? Why didn't that work? Oh, because target is an ability system component. That's the wrong target. Hey, Sensmill. How are you doing? I don't like the sound of rain. I wouldn't mind music, but I need... Rain sound is too much. That one has door sounds. That one is so annoying. Nobody's made a good relaxing Terraria music soundtrack without really horrible ambient sounds. That's annoying. What is the program you're using again and what's it for? This one? This? Like what you see on the screen? What to do with sound? What do you mean? This is Unreal Engine. These are blueprints, so you can code all the logic for your game. Only use VSC. What is VSC? Wait, you don't mean Visual Studio, do you? Oh, no worries. There's nothing wrong with being a noob. Unreal is the full engine, so you can build the entire game. It has all of the rendering, the handling for garbage collection, you know, different sorts of plugins for making your own or editing animations and sounds and all these things. So it's all in one, an all-in-one package. So you could of course make your own game in, you know, raw in Visual Studio, but you'd have to create your own rendering library or use a different sort of way to render it. And you can, of course, you can put your own custom code into Unreal too. So if you're familiar with, you know, writing like some C++, you can make custom code in C++ for Unreal. Or you can also use blueprints, which are essentially behind the scenes. There's snippets of code that can be connected up to each other. Yeah, we don't want to put this here. This is the wrong place for this. I want to put this in here. A little awkward. Yeah, how much have you ever, you know, made any game before? Even something in like DOS or whatever? Game Maker? If you're a strict coder, you would really like, you know, things like Unity or Godot. Both of those handle the rendering pipelines too, but they are very friendly for people who like to code and make their own things from scratch. Oh, you're still on your 5M server. No worries. For me, I like blueprints because I'm more of like a visual person. I can get the logic of coding, but I can't write code very well. So for me, the logic of blueprints makes sense because I can see the code snippets and I know, okay, A, B, C to D, this is how I want to have it accomplished. I cannot do that for the life of me in raw code. Okay, that is visible. Oh yeah, I see. I think I see a few of the issues. We'll get that fixed. First, let me disable the line trace bug. I see deadmau5's stream. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't think I've ever watched any sort of deadmau5 stream where he's making his visuals. That would be a pretty cool stream to watch, though. Because he's not being considered looked at, so I need to do... is being looked at, or has been hit recently. Plug that into the end. Again, not very robust, but I think that'll solve my problem. So if you hit him, it appears and it should rotate. After 10 seconds, goes away. Beautiful. And if we... and it should disappear either way on death. Did not disappear on death. It did then. I'm kind of okay with that. Let me play around with it some more. On death, on death. On death, it should force that. Oh no, it doesn't. Has been hit recently. Restart anything when you do work in the engine, or does it automatically? Because there's like a local server it's running off, whatever. Restart anything. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? End up being false, has been hit recently is true. I guess I could just on death force it to be invisible. That'd be a safe way. I do need work in the file. I have to restart that file to see it in GTA. You would only have to rerun the game, right? So you kind of hit run, and it runs it in the play-in editor. If I make a change. There is a hot... You can enable live coding, which hot patches any C++ function changes into the current process. So you shouldn't have to recompile all of your C++. Okay, that should disable that on death. Let's try it. Okay, bad boy takes damage. Bad boy takes more damage. I need to retest that. Is it possible for me to use this and run my GTA server on it? I mean, I suppose theoretically you can make an Unreal application do anything, right? It's meant for making games, but you can absolutely hook it up into other APIs. No, don't worry. I think your questions are good. I don't think I'm the best person to answer them, but for what you're wanting to do, I don't see why you couldn't. It just depends on the API. But don't quote me on it. Do I even need that hooked up? Let me see here. I think anyone is. When I reread half of them, like, what am I even saying? Dude, no worries. Okay, hold on. Please die, sir. Oh, he's still making sounds. Shouldn't be doing that. I think it's working. I think it's working. Let's get rid of that exclamation point for when they are made aware. I mean, how does your GTA server run in the first place? Because it's like if you have a server and a client, right? The server handles most of the data backend and then sends that information to the clients. I don't think you could hook up a rendering or hook up an entire separate game into the rendering pipeline of Unreal. That would be... You might as well just remake the game from scratch at that point in Unreal. Yeah, probably. Wait, is it being handled separately in each instance? Oh, it is. Okay, that's why. I can just do this for now. Don't worry, there's no stupid questions. Only stupid people. I'm just kidding. No, there's no stupid questions to hear about it. And I think if you're wanting to learn more about Unreal, I think that why would I ever tell you I don't want to answer your questions? They're too noobish. I mean, where do you think I started at? Couldn't even make a door open when I first played with this engine. Okay, that looks good. Not unhappy with that. So if I come in the future and you have some random questions, dude, no worries. I'll be a long-term viewer here, honestly. Well, thank you so much. Gotta say sorry in advance, dude. There's nothing to apologize for. There is nothing. If anything, I wanted to make a intro to blueprints tutorial video. I mean, there's plenty of those on the internet, but I don't know, for people who like my way of doing things, maybe my intro to blueprint tutorial will be a little bit different. So, I don't know, it'd be fun to make and throw up, and it's really easy for me to make and throw up anyway. It's, what, 2-3 hours of my work. I don't really do any crazy editing, so jumping into Unreal is always pretty fun. It just has a pretty big learning curve. It's easy to jump in, get started, right? You have that first person template, so you can kind of just jump into something that already works, where you can move around. You don't have to worry about the camera setup, the controls, they're already there for you. And then you can just create your own custom logic to it, right? To me, that's where the fun lies, is actually making the fun things that happen in your game. There's a lot of buttons, a lot of things to click on, and that can be very overwhelming. I totally like, comment, and subscribe. Appreciate it. I mean, we do have, if you're ever curious too, we do have on our YouTube channel, you can type !YouTube to get it, all of our previous days of development. So if there's anything here that you're curious how we did it, you can watch from that very first day. Although for the most part, if you ever start watching, you have to skip like the first 10 minutes, because I used to run a timer. It was horrible. Yeah, but we have yeah, like you said, it's a nice big archive, and everything that we started doing, it was good. It was good. We got a good start to it. We got distracted too. Here's me looking at Palworld and saying, actually, what did I say about Palworld? Be financially successful. Wait, what did I say? This will probably be financially successful. True. Dude, so true. Look at that. I called it. Even before it came out. It's a war. Where was that one? See, I have good takes. Look, these ones are like little sweat trickling from this. I take the negative things I said back. Yeah. They actually know what game they want to make. Yep. True. They're going for the meme aspect to it. Yep. This will probably be financially successful. Not saying anything about the quality of the game, but from what they're trying to make, this might work. This might work. My brother in aged Christ, I think it worked. I'm gonna be honest. If I had to guess, this was very much a hashtag worked. But hey, at least you know that I wasn't sitting back there on October 21st, 2023, saying Palworld was gonna flop. I have pretty good intuition when it comes to games. That's kind of what you have to be when you're a game designer, I guess. Okay, if the visual indicator of enemy stats is good, I will consider that finished. That works for me. Enemy creature on death handling is blocked by something. Wait, is it? Well, I guess it's because we need creatures to be implemented. Let me make that then. Creature, gas, hookup. This is type task, priority normal, assigned to hotspot. And we'll say that this is currently is required for CC 45. Sorry, I have to make the task on the other screen because it shows names of people and also their emails. If you guys want to see the progress though, you can type !progress into chat. You can get the, also if you're on YouTube, you can see it on our, actually, I don't know if we have the link tree in the description of our videos, but I will put it there, and that will have the publicly available task board, which hides names, just for the sake of privacy. Okay, so this is I will unprioritize these. Move creature gas hookup to prioritized. And that should be blocking. Yeah, is required for CC 45. There was one other thing that we talked about too. I think it was the neutral AI for creatures. And that the Cuthbert as well. This is not a priority at the moment. What else? What else do we want? I could do loot tables at any time, realistically. I just need to start working on them. That'll just be a lot of ingredient creation. Any creature on another way. Yeah, and I think I put in here that I was blocked. Enemies are working, but animals need a whole pass to hook up death animations and optionally hit animations. Collisions removed, that's working. The loot is working. I think we're good on that regard. I think it's okay. So what else could I work on today then? What else could I do? I want to focus on potion combat stuff. Because we need this done. This is, top priority. Basically, when you look at our backlog here, we have epics as swim lanes, is what they're called for Kanban. And potion combat is at the top. So for me, it is top priority. And it is required before we can do the dungeon to a certain extent. But there's also just things that I need to do in potion combat to help move it forward. Like we were doing today with the stats and some of the other miscellaneous aspects. But if I can't do creature death handling until creatures are fixed, and I kind of just want to wait on enemy loot tables until we have... Well, we need to design those. That'll take 1 to 2 days to make. A lot of spreadsheet work. Let me think. I'll have to talk with Cuthbert over the weekend. But I don't want to step on anything else today, so maybe that's good. You know what could be nice is having a separate map where we can test potion effects. I could make that today. Oh, that won't take too long. Also, actually there is something I could do today. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll come back. I'll tell you about it. It's kind of boring, but it needs to be done. Okay, I'll tell you about it now. I need to refactor the potions and get rid of the attached gameplay effects. And we'll just use the gameplay tags that are on there to call effects. I think maybe I can do that. So 1 second. Here be. Warm in here. Oh, it's warm. Oh, how you doing, Ken? Also, Ebony, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I was gone when you did that. Demo. Would you guys like a link to the download? Why, if you type an exclamation point demo? I don't know why we don't have that. Good idea, Ken. Like, fuck it, just let people download it from here. Right now it is a Google Drive link. That will be fixed. The next build with Potion Combat will be on Steam. I will have to make keys for people who want it. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta figure that out. We'll see. We'll see. Let me get this set up though. Yeah, the last build we had is it's pretty old. It is pretty old, that's for sure. All right, let's see, MooBot. Custom commands. Demo. Cauldron Chronicles latest demo can be downloaded here. I will hook that up into the... That's old. I'll hook that up into the timers. Add command demo. Save. Be sneaky and link to a Discord message. I could be sneaky. We'll see. We'll see about that. We'll start with this though. We will start with this. Oh, play ad. Oh, guys, you want me to run an ad? Let's play a 180-second ad. No, I'm not gonna do that. I will never run ads on this channel, by the way. Never. What an easy way to kill your community. It's too large to scan for virus. Like I said, the next build will be on Steam. There's no viruses. I just got to think about how to actually make it playable without making a public page. I think there's like a way to do like a play test, a private play test. I don't know. I don't know if, I know there's a way to do public play tests. I don't know if there's a way to do private. If there's no way to do a private play test, I will have to make, there's a confidential play test. Okay, hold on. Confidential play test. Maybe that's the word that I need to look for. Confidential. Okay. Will only ever be as... I mean, the only thing is I don't want to have a Steam page because then I have to make all the screenshots and marketing and There are reasons why I don't want to do that yet. So it's not like it would be private. Yeah, so you wouldn't be under any NDA. So I don't give a shit. It's just I need to not have a play test, but for you guys to be able to access it. I don't care about security. Release state override keys are limited to 2,500. If you need more, probability of a leak. Yeah, I don't care about the leak. You should instead consider announcing your base game first and then running your external playtest via a normal playtest app. Don't want to make the Steam page, but maybe I should. The reason I don't make a Steam page is because this is all placeholder. Nothing you see here will be in the final game. I can take screenshots, I can make a trailer with this, but I feel like it is potentially deceptive to players. But maybe I'm just really... I'm overthinking it. I don't know. Publishers would like a lot more if I had a public page. They could track the wish lists. We'll think about it. We're going back and forth about whether it's good or not to have a page too early. I don't know if we're too early though. At what point? I mean, because we do have something playable, so it's not like it's a game where... I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so here's one of the problems, that the moment I have a public page and I release this demo, people can play it. That's good. The problem with it is that it comes with a lot of asterisks, right? That a lot of this is still in development. So what we would be giving is not a demo. So it would have to be some, some play test. But again, I have so many, I have to now dedicate time to community management of this playtest that I will just have random people clicking on. So realistically, what I would want is a confidential playtest. Is people who kind of know what they're getting into, where this is pre-production, not production. This is pre-vertical slice. What I maybe could do is not use the playtest feature at all, but instead generate keys and have like a bot in chat or in Discord that you can request a key and I can just refill a list up once it's depleted. So that way I don't have to make a page. I don't have to put a whole bunch of asterisks in there. People know what they're getting into, but people can still play the game via Steam, like a private branch essentially. Yeah, so like fuck the playtest feature for now, and just handle it via a like custom bot that spits out a key for anybody who wants one. Because I can make, I don't know, I can make tens of thousands of keys, right? There will never be a case right now that I think where we will have to generate more keys than are available. It's your nightmare. Yeah, I don't want to have a page yet because then we'll have discussion forums and I'll have to moderate, I'll have to answer questions. I want to answer questions, but for me, funneling everybody into Twitch is much better for me because I can speak while working. And then people can kind of get a view of where the game is in terms of its production stage. And having too many players right now would actually be worse than having a smaller number of players because I can manage the feedback and communication on one platform with a smaller number of people. We're not to the point where we can make the page yet. And that's how it should stay for now. Okay, what was I gonna do? I completely got sidetracked. Oh, I was gonna unhook for you, Cutsper, the gameplay effects from the data table. Let me reload the engine for that. Yeah, you wanted me to unhook the potion effects from the data table. No, the gameplay effects from the ingredient data table, sorry. No? I thought it was. Oh, it's from potion. Is it from potions? ST potion. Oh, from structure potion. Do you call that anywhere? Or do you... Yeah, do you use that anywhere? Yeah, I know. I can't. I have to work on the... I have to add the loading screen. I'm sorry for that. It's also before our main menu. Just press escape and let it sit there for 10-20 seconds. It's used in potion throwing, okay. You can use your function that'll get it from database, okay. You know what? I'll add the loading screen to our backlog, because that is a good point. We will have a loading screen for next build, 100%. Change it to a feature. Milestone. First playable. You found the beach bubble. Now it's all perfect. Okay. I need to fix where we build this to. No mistake and make level not world partitioned. That's a pretty big mistake. But also, yes, that is a big problem. We will not have time to remake a new world for first playable. Unless I can get enough time from a knowledgeable level designer to remake it with world partitioning. I don't think it's gonna be possible ever. Move it to medieval beach ball simulator. Tempting. That's also why the performance is not as good as it could be on the main level here. Because we are not using world partitioning. Okay, I'll just delete it. Save. Check out. Close. Don't save. Reload, and we'll fix up any compilation errors, which there will be many. Like to know world partition, but no projects yet need. It's easier than it sounds, but it does require a bit of a change in the way that you work from what I messed around with it. Powerful though, it's very powerful, especially with data layers. We use it on our seasons map. Kind of cool. I would say always use it. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Okay, generate random potion. Just needs that unhooked. Oh yeah, I moved brew potion over to function library. Smart. Hey, Chenko, how you doing, man? No more map conflicts? Yeah, yep. It is good. It is very good. Builds gameplay effects. We can just skip that. Okay. Here we can just unhook. Good, how are you? I'm doing well too. We're getting some cool stuff done today. Not running into a whole lot of brick walls, which is nice. Does your function grab effects as an array or individually? Oh, as potion, okay. What was it called? Get gameplay effects on potion, then we can just grab from the index. Yeah. Before? Oh yeah, that would be smarter, wouldn't it? That would be smart. Oop. Oh, it's a global variable. I thought this was a local variable. Unreal Engine 5.5 has indications of local and global variables, which is really nice. I noticed that when messing around with it the other day. Okay, is this good? Should be good. What the fuck is going on here? Cosper, what is this? Don't look. How can I not look? What is this? Oh lordy lord. Function, I'm gonna fix it. Yeah, proto, okay, okay.
FBI, open up!
You know the really funny part is that you would create infinitely better looking code than me. And I think I would create infinitely better looking blueprints than you. That's why we that's why we go out. That's why we're dating. You know, spiritually dating. We complement each other. Hold on. Oh No, don't do that, please. It's contemporary art in my nodes, you just don't get it. Okay, fair enough. That's good. That's good reasoning. What is going on here? This. Everything looks the same for you. I shouldn't have made any change yet. You know, I have to get it all hooked up properly. Alright. Get this resolved. Don't mention. Yeah, I wouldn't mention this on your CV. It's fair. You can always say that I was the one making the blueprints. Like, well, he's the designer, so clearly he was the one making the blueprints. Wasn't me. How much it drops me in KCD2 stream? I don't even have KCD2. Well, if you ever get it, you now have the drops. Started KCD1. I'm glad that I retried KCD1, because back when I first got it as a Kickstarter backer, I just couldn't get into it. Nope, don't do that. Yeah, it is. It's really good for learning history. Yeah, that's a great point to bring up. I do a lot of waterfall blueprints. Okay. What is this? A lot of what I mean is like all my blueprints kind of just go down and to the right over time. Some people like to structure them a bit better, but that's how I do them. GTA 6 publisher talks about the price per hour theory. What does that mean? It doesn't necessarily mean that the industry has pricing power. What the fuck is that? In terms of pricing for any entertainment property, basically the algorithm is the value of the expected entertainment usage, which is to say that per hour value times the number of expected hours plus the terminal value that's perceived by the customer in ownership of if the title is actually owned, not say rented or subscribed to. Bro, you're... This is like game designers who write these super complex formulas before the game is even made for something that could just be handled by an exponential curve. This is... Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Is this you? Shut the fuck up, Strauss. Shut the fuck up. Stop opening your mouth. Stop. Your GTA 6, you can price your game at 60 bucks, 70 bucks, who cares? People will buy it, you'll make money. Stop it. Stop speaking. Stop. This is how your mouth should remain. You see this? This, sir, Strauss, is a closed mouth, okay? This is how it should remain. Should remain. Stop opening your fucking mouth and spouting a whole bunch of bullshit, okay? That's what I want from you. Mouth closed. 60 bucks. Price it, you'll make money. God. Sorry, Strauss. I meant that, but I didn't mean it as harsh as I said it. I get it, okay? Yes, in terms of the algorithm, the, you know, price and velocity times the exponential, you know, cum ratio out of your dick hole when you see our game's trailer, you should price your game at $69,000, and that would be equivalent to a, you know, 20-hour game priced at $70. Just stop speaking. Put your game at 60, 70 bucks. You'll be fine. People will buy it. I'll buy it. We'll be happy. You can go home, you can bang your trophy wife, nobody's gonna question you, okay? But just stop opening your mouth and blabbering. Okay. Serenity now. I mean, I get the point. I really do, but yes, price of a game is ultimately determined by the, you know, the value that the customers see in it and expect from it, especially compared to equivalent games in the industry. I get it. I understand. Yes, he's not wrong. But this is GTA 6 we're talking about. If they price the game at any value other than like $1, they're likely to make a profit. Serenity Now sounds like a show. I don't get what they're blabbering on about. They're super sophisticated games that are just desserts that take 2 hours to finish and cost 40 bucks, and both are cool. I get his point. I really do. Yes, you can get thousands of hours out of that game, and realistically, no matter what he prices the game, if it's under $100, he would have an argument that the game is underpriced compared to the amount of hours that it gives to the player. The problem is the customers do not see it like that. So I think he should just kind of shut his mouth. That's kind of what I mean. And if you had to hook up your credit card with GTA 6 and it charged 50 cents an hour, stop giving them ideas. Oh my god, that is the worst idea that they would absolutely do. Speaking of people that should never open their mouths again. It's true, though, that there's a huge disparity in dollar per hour between games. There is, yeah, you're right. But I don't think that I don't think most players actually seriously consider dollar per hour value unless the value is horrible. Did I mess that up? Hold on. No. And Call of Duty costs $80 and the campaign usually lasts 5 hours if you're not interested in multiplayer. That's true. That's true. Thank you, Chaos Theory 34 for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you for helping us reach our follower goal of 630 people. Ghost fish. I like that it replaced ghost fish with the Call of Duty ghost meme. Pretty funny. I wasn't expecting that. I don't think AAA games are overpriced. I think it just depends on the game, right? Because look, I would gladly spend $60 on another Uncharted game, right? Because to me, even though the game is not that long, air quotes, 20, 30 hours, to me, the value is still there for the price that's being asked because it's very, very high quality. But also, Red Dead Redemption 2 was $60. And I had more hours spent in that. But to me, I see them as one and the same, you know? Because the amount of playtime in the game often is less of the value proposition compared to the amount of hours or time spent making the game, which is where the money has to be recouped. So you price, you have the PPU not necessarily based on the lifetime that the player is spending with the game, but how it is going to get you that ROI. In a vacuum, sure, you could price your $60 game with 2,000 hours of gameplay at a higher rate. But because you're competing with other products in the same market that are also asking for the same amount of money and providing the same amount of value, and because the average purchasing power of somebody wanting to buy a game is not as high as some like $10,000 price point, you can't get away with it. So his algorithm is, I guess you could say, it makes sense in a complete vacuum. But pricing games does not work the way that his description was. It just doesn't. Oh, Call of Duty should rehash the last game. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get what you mean with that. I agree with you. Was this hooked up? Yeah, it was part of a sequence. So there should be no lingering nodes. Okay. I have unspaghettified the function. There's another one to unspaghettify. Delete. Delete. Get tier and effect. The peer function. Get granted tag. That needs to be fixed. Oh, because we should just be returning effect ID. Yeah. I see. I see the issue. Get granted tags. Break gameplay tag. Get tag. Oh no, we're getting the tag name. Yeah, because this database has the... I see the issue. We can make this a bit easier for ourselves. Take into consideration that not all playtime is equal. That's true too. You could have 2,000 hours in one game where it's just mildly interesting. You could have 20 hours in another game that is unforgettable. That's very true too. Yeah. I think that's a very good counterpoint to the hour versus value, or hour versus dollar argument. While I enjoy playing Minecraft, you know, not all hours of Minecraft are the same as a 20-hour linear action-packed experience of Uncharted. I would gladly spend $60 in both those games, but you know, one of them is a very catered experience. Oh. Cutsper, you define ability hit data in C. I have not programmed with C++ and UE. I'm not very good with raw code. I can read raw code. I am not very good at writing raw code. Okay, I'll have to get him to fix up ocean hits data. I'll message him. Ability hit data structure and associated table DT potion hits data will need updating. Well, no, it should work because row name. I'm stupid. I'm absolutely retarded here. Row name is always F name. I don't know what I'm doing. I just need to update these to be the proper effects names. Doi. And then get effect from tier, this peer function. Just needs to grab the and output the effect ID. Effect ID. And then we can unspaghettify a little bit. The only game I made with, you know, programming was a batch file game. called The Crypts of Woe. It's one of my oldest games. It was a whole text RPG made in batch. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty fun. I like the combat system I made in this. The opening animation of a treasure chest was always good too. Not an itch. It is not an itch. But I could throw it up on itch if you guys want to play it. That could be the first Microraptor Games game that's on Twitch or on itch. Pretty stupid, but it works. Oop. You can start with a predefined character even. Check for secrets. Oh, I got one. What did I find? 25 gold, that's a good find. Skeleton. Yeah, it has animations. If you want to describe it as that. We missed it. Missed the skeleton. Oh, wonderful. Keep missing him. I hit the skeleton for 0 damage. I'm gonna die. Oh, I got him. There we go. What did he have? 20 gold. Oh, a club. Ooh, that's better. I can equip this in space 1. See, my current melee item I'm holding, club. I have fists, so I can place this in slot 1 and then I can equip weapon in space 1. So now we have a slightly better melee weapon. Go back to the room. And travel south. This is the start room. If we head south from here, we get the shop. We can heal up. There we go. It's really, I don't know, it's stupid, but it works. I don't know, it's a game. I think it's really hard. But because it's a batch file, you can just edit the game yourself to make it easier. I tried remaking it in C++. I was gonna make a sequel, like Crypts of Woe 2, C++ version, but I didn't know very much about programming, and I was just really struggling with actually making it functional. That'll clean it up a bit. Okay, now let's go back. We'll fix up these checks here. Ocean hits data. We really just need to plug in effect ID to here. And same within here. In which case, you know what, I could just pull this out. I don't need this to be in the node like here anymore. Okay, and then this data table needs to be fixed up with all of the proper effect IDs. E Aether Light. E Bulwark. E Calm. Chill. Eased is not a proper effect. Oh, that wouldn't be used anyway. The combat system in that batch game was pretty fun to make though. So you have accuracy rolls and dodge rolls on enemies and like weapons and stuff. And the aggressive attack gives you a boost in damage, but you have a lower attack roll. And the careful attack is the opposite. And then if you defend, you have a high chance of completely defending against the attack. So it increases your dodge rating, I believe. And then the next attack you do has a higher attack rating. And it worked pretty well. This was around the time that I was working on Darkest Dungeon though, so it influenced my work quite a bit. Ability. Strength boost, warmth, water breathing, water beathing, weakness. I'm kind of tempted to move these over to the effects data table that we already have. Keep it all in one place. That way we would at least not have to make a new row name here if we make a new effect in the effect data table. But for now, as long as these aren't incorrect and broken, they should be okay. That should work. We'll test that after we fix the compilation errors here. Gameplay effects. And potion finishing. I do not know if we call that anywhere else, so we'll see if this works. Seems to be functioning. Let's try making a potion. Night vision will be fine. Because most of my own, like, all the potion making stuff should already be based on the IDs, not the gameplay effects. Those were only necessary for combat scenarios. I don't imagine there would be any problem with potion making right now. No, it should be fine. Looks fine. I'll try making a small immolation potion. Drama of the Fire Elemental. I like that. Burning filter. Gotcha, bitch. Okay, I think they're working properly. If there is anything broken, we will fix it up. But they seem to be functioning. Ugh. Should really separate some of these things into different graphs. No. Yeah, this is fine. It's fine. Okay. That has been cleaned up. I think that's about it. Here's what we'll do. You know what? Fuck it. Monday? Monday I will work on the... We'll do the tutorial. The blueprint tutorial. On stream. I'll make it. I'll record it. I'll make it. You guys can ask questions live. I've been talking about doing this forever. Let's just do it. And we'll upload it to YouTube. Do I have Unreal 5.5 installed on this computer? I think I do. I do not, so I will have to get that installed if I have the space for it. I will have to make the space for it and then do it. I could probably get rid of Unreal 5.0 and 5.3 though. That'll help a little bit. Yeah, we'll do the blueprint tutorial on Monday. I've been talking about that forever. It'll be nice to just get it done. And we can always build upon it too. So once we have the basis made, we can jump into it even further and maybe make like a sequel with any questions or things that people want to see seen differently or seen done differently. And that'll give me the weekend to think about how I want to structure it. Should be good though. Should be fun. Why are you... There we go. it was working really weird. So yeah, that should be everything from my side, and then after Monday, so Tuesday, we can jump into working on the loot tables, which will require... I think we'll do loot tables for everything. So for the skeleton, for the zombie, and for the creatures here, we'll do them too. And that way we can just have one fell swoop, and so once Kotspur works on the death handling and gas implementation for creatures, we'll be all good from there. And then we don't have a lot of things in our way from having us make the dungeon. So we could even jump into that. We'll be throwing that over here is the ideal space, I think. And that'll be pretty fun. We'll make the dungeon. We'll start working on the environmental puzzles that are in there. That'll be good. Okay, well, we have some time left today. We want to watch maybe one Tim Kaine video. Schedule release for Sunday, maybe? I think we'll do it. I think we'll do it because I don't have anything big to jump into before the weekend. Function library looks clean. Yeah, looks good. Pending changes. What did we do today? Refactored effects, potion effects, visual effects, database, removed gameplay effects array from ST potion. Added in enemy health visual. Made enemies lootable. I think that's about it. Okay, well, let's queue up a Tim Kaine video. I'll stop the development stream recording there, but if you're on Twitch, stick around and we can do a little bit of game dev education. So if you're watching YouTube, thanks for watching that one, and I will catch you Monday for the blueprint tutorial. And if you're watching on YouTube, come around for that. Maybe I'll make a small video talking about what we'll be doing so that you guys can prepare. And worst case, if you miss it, it'll be up on YouTube afterwards anyway. So thanks, and if you're watching YouTube, catch you later.